Hello. How is everyone? Happy Wednesday. As you can see, I'm in a different location than where I normally am. Please let me know if the sound is bad or is off or whatever. I'm right next to like the what is this called? The thing that like runs the heat and the AC in the house, and it's running right now. And I know that when I film like my regular videos in like a different room, I can usually hear it. So the fact that I'm sitting right next to it, if you guys can hear it, let me know. If it's like disruptive, distracting, like please let me know. I usually have an external microphone that I use, but because I'm in a different location, I don't have any ports to plug it up right now. Normally, I have this plugged up, and I just have this plugged up, but I'm sitting at like my actual desk, like where I work. So my keyboard is plugged in, my mouse is plugged in. Like there's a bunch of stuff plugged into my computer that's not normally plugged in when I sprint. So I don't have anywhere to put my microphone right now. Like no ports to plug it into. So I can try to figure something out, but like I said, let me know. Hopefully, I won't need to, but I will if necessary. Hi, Elena. How are you? Also, let me know if you guys can hear me. You guys might even be able to hear me. Might have just done that whole rant and y'all heard nothing. Because last time when I started the sprint was the last week, I think. I was talking and Lynn was like, "You're muted." I was like, "Oh, great." I'm not sure if Courtney's here yet. I don't know if Courtney's here. I don't know if she's joining us. Normally on Wednesday, she either is working or she's like, out living her best life, going to happy hour, spending time with her family and stuff. So I don't know if she'll be popping in. She probably will pop in at some point, but I don't know when that will be. Ooh, okay. 1,113 pages. Wow. That's amazing. Sheesh. Good for you. Hi, Pat. How are you? Hi, Kiana. I'm so happy that you're a booktuber now. It gives me so much joy. And your voice is so soothing. Like, OMG. You should do like an ASMR channel too. Uh-oh. The comments jumped. Where did I leave off at? Hello, Elena. Hi. Hello, butterflies. Hello, Pat. Okay, good. Good, good, good. It probably will get better too. See, it just went off. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but like it just turned off. So when it's not running, it's normally fine. And even sometimes when it is running, it's not that big of a deal, but you can tell the difference. Like if you're listening to it when it is running versus when it's not running, there is a difference. But sometimes, like if it's been on for so long, you don't notice it, like you get used to it. But like once it starts back up, you're gonna be like, ugh, because you're gonna notice the difference between now when it's not running and when it turns itself back on. So excellent. Hello, Camilla. How are you? Ooh, the wife upstairs. Ah. Frida McFadden is an author that I definitely want to read. She is 100% on my list, and there are quite a few books that I want to read by this author. The Wife Upstairs is not one that I hear too many people talk about, so I'm curious to know, like, how far into it are you, and are you liking it? And also, have you read anything else from this author? Hello, Camilla. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see if she stops by. Uh, No, I wouldn't say that it's nasally. I mean, maybe I didn't pick up on that. Maybe other people picked up on that. I didn't. But it's like very like I don't know how to describe it, but I'm a big ASMR person. Like I can say that I wasn't big into YouTube. Like when YouTube was like first popping, like in like, the 2010s and whatnot, and everybody was on it and like Vine. Like I wasn't that person that was into that kind of stuff. I didn't get into YouTube until I discovered ASMR. That was what kind of like slowly lured me into the YouTube verse. And then I started watching like vlogs, then obviously like reading content, like here we are today. But ASMR was like the first thing that kind of like gripped my attention. And your videos, like I don't know how to describe it, but there's something about your voice that is very like ASMR worthy. Like I don't know. Let me see. Hello, Scorpio. Y'all make me feel. Oh, you are definitely loved. You are absolutely loved, and I'm very, very happy to see that you are making videos. Yeah, it sounds really good. I've got 4 chapters left of Cemetery. Ooh, by Aiden Thomas and reading some manga. Interesting. I hear mixed things about Cemetery Boys. What do you think about it so far? Are you liking it? I don't know. I can't remember. Is Cemetery Boys the book that Paco said was his favorite book? I want to think it was Paco that said it was his favorite book, but I've never read it. I've never read anything by that author, but I hear mixed things about it. Paco is like one of the only people, if that's the right person. He's the only person that I've heard like say like really great things about it and like loves it. Everybody else is kind of just like either like very meh about it or they didn't really like it. So I'm curious to know what you're thinking of it. Also, what manga are you reading? Hello, Camilla. I've been waiting to read The Housemaid. I know. I want to get to that too. That is definitely on my list, like for sure. Like Frida McFadden, there are so many books that I want to read by her. The Housemaid is definitely one of them, for sure. I wonder if maybe I can try to fit that in for like November or something. We'll see. We'll see. On page 70, it's traditional. Okay, ultimately, you can't trust anyone. That's my kind of book. I like the audiobook. Okay, okay. So Pat said she enjoyed Cemetery Boys, so that's good. Hello, Elena. Okay. Oh, so you read it already. Okay. Hey, Asma, how are you? Oh, what y'all talking about? Is some gossip? I have read 3 of her books. Okay, my favorite is The Housemaid. Okay, nice. I think the one that I'm, other than The Housemaid, because The Housemaid is the most popular one that I've heard of from this author that like everybody everywhere on Book Talk has talked about. But the other one that I'm very interested to read, just based on like the synopsis of it, is I think it's called Never Lie. That one, like the premise of it sounds really interesting. So I definitely want to check that one out. And then there's another one, something about like the child. Is it called The Perfect Child or something? I can't remember what it's called. I have it on my Kindle. I just haven't read it, obviously. Hello, Asthma. Hello, Asthma. So we are going to get started with the first sprint. And look at me, y'all. I'm super prepared. I actually have it pulled up already. Boom. Love that. Look at me. What was I about to do? Oh, let me just double check something before we start this. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Got between 4. Okay, 4 and 4.5. That's not bad. That's a decent rating for a book. I love the characters and the world building, but I feel like the ending and the villain reveal is rushed. Okay, is it a series or is it just the one book? Because I feel like if it's a series, then I mean, I wouldn't mind a rushed ending if I know there's going to be another book. But if that's the only book, yeah, I could see how that could be kind of annoying. But I mean, still 4 to 4.5 stars. That's still a really good rating. I'm not mad at it. I might have to check that out. I don't really know too much about what it's about. I've just seen it like in the bookstore plenty of times. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Paco has said that it's one of his favorite books, so I know of it from that. But I don't actually know what it's about. I could be getting it mixed up, but is that the one that's about? Is that? Oh no. Okay, I'm getting the Cemetery Boys mixed up with the Pallbearers Club or something like that. It's called something like that. The Pallbearers Club, I think, is the book that everybody like. Well, everybody that I know didn't like it. They were like, no. So Cemetery Boys, I actually have no idea what that book is about. I've just heard of it before. I think, like I said, from Paco. Okay, so it's just the one book. Okay, yeah, I can see how a rushed ending could be annoying in that sense. So far, it's just a standalone, and no, okay, no news if it's a series. Makes sense. Paco loves Aiden Top. Oh, okay, so it's the author that he likes, not necessarily that specific book, but like he's a fan of the author in general. That I did not know. Thank you, Pat. I was not aware of that. That's the end of the comments. So we're going to jump into our first 30-minute sprint. And I will see you guys back here in 30 minutes. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? Or if you didn't read, whatever you did, how did it go? I barely read. I kind of sort of read. The first 10 minutes, I don't even know what I was doing for the first 10 minutes. I was doing something. Oh, I was trying to, trying to get my computer together. You know how, okay, so if you have ever used like a docking station with like external monitors or whatever, you can like order like which order your monitors go in so that the mouse flows across all of your screens. And mine were backwards. So I spent like 10 minutes trying to figure out how to make it work correctly. So got that done. And then I did start listening to the audiobook. Like I was already listening to it, but I turned it on. I'm listening to the audiobook for this massive chunker. I think I'm on chapter 10 right now. So I listened to a little bit of that kind of in and out, but I got a package delivered and it was my shoes for the wedding that I'm going to in like 2 or 3 weeks. So I went upstairs to go get the package and then I tried on the entire outfit for the wedding. My computer's dying, so I'm looking for my charger. I tried on the entire wedding outfit to make sure that like everything matched and stuff because I wasn't really sure. Oh, what just happened? Okay. Wasn't really sure like if the shoes were gonna match. Wasn't sure if like the purse was gonna match. I just wasn't sure if everything was gonna match. So most of the stuff came. The dress came weeks ago. The shoes came just now, and then I think like my purse and my necklace and my earrings and stuff. I think all that came yesterday. So now that the shoes are here, I was able to try the entire outfit on. And I got like multiples of things, some things because I just wasn't sure. So like the necklace that I got 2 different necklaces so I could choose between like which one I wanted to wear. So I think I'm happy with the outfit. It's a monochromatic pink outfit. It was not inspired by Barbie at all. It has nothing to do with Barbie. That's literally just a coincidence that Barbie like came out and everybody's doing the pink thing. Complete coincidence. I actually wanted to wear blue, but the dress that I wanted didn't come in blue. It came in pink. So that's how I ended up wearing pink. But yeah, that's really why I was like nervous as to whether or not everything was gonna like, match up because they're not all the same shades of pink. So I was a little worried about that, but did that. And like I said, I'm on chapter 10 of the book. So things are going. I'm definitely gonna plan on reading more during the next sprint. And I also have some stuff I need to set up in Discord. If anybody is participating in the Yellowface readathon that I'm doing in my Discord for September, I'm gonna be technically it's already there, but there's some stuff that I need to like do in the Discord to like set it up properly. And I need to get that done because September starts on Friday. So I'm gonna do that during the next sprint too. Let me see. Where did I leave off? Elyse's is here. Hello, Elyse's. How are you? Hello, Pat, Scorpio, Butterflies, and Elena, and Kiana. Hello, Elyse's. Everyone's saying hello to Elyse's. How are you doing, Pat? Good, great. Hope your Wednesday is going well. Hello to Elyse's. Hey, Lynn. How are you? How's your Wednesday? How are things going? I feel like I haven't talked to you in a minute. Like I feel like it's been like a couple of weeks. How are you? Done. Ooh, nice. Moving on up. Chapter 36. Okay. Or chapter 3, 6 more chapters left. And I'll be done with the book 3 of The Return of the King. Nice. Really enjoying it. And I just got the book in the mail. Nice. That's awesome. I'm glad that you're enjoying your book. That is fantastic. Got to chapter 24. Excellent. 2.5 more chapters of. Oh, okay. So you'll be done pretty soon. Like you'll probably finish like during these sprints. I mean, I don't know how long the chapters are, but I would assume if it's just 2.5 more, you probably could finish this book on these sprints. So that'll be really great. My reading was great. I'm doing my rowing after the break for the next sprint we can do we are going to do 45 minutes for the next sprint. Absolutely. And I'm going to gear that up right now. Do you guys have any plans for the end of the summer? I'm very curious. There it is. Where's my timer? Do you guys have plans for the end of summer? You guys taking any trips at the last minute before? Because summer technically doesn't end, I guess, until September 21st or something like that. Even though in my mind, the last day of summer is tomorrow. Because as far as I'm concerned, September 1st is the first day of fall. But I know technically it's not true. Does anyone have any plans for like the end of the summer? Any trips you're taking? I'm going to Mexico in a couple of weeks. That's where the wedding is. So that's my like summer trip, even though the summer's basically over. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing. What are you guys going to be doing? Let me see. I have 40 minutes left of Yumi and the Nightmare Painter by Brandon Sanderson. I heard about this book. I saw the cover of this book. This book is so pretty. Like the cover is really nice. Did you like buy this, or are you part of that like the group of people who's getting what is it like the secret project boxes or whatever? I know that like I think Princess gets it, and I know Danny from Danny Dabbles gets it too. She usually does like an unboxing for each one. But that's so cool. And I think if I'm not mistaken, this book is like a standalone, or maybe it's an interconnected standalone where like maybe it takes place in the universe, but it's still not connected to like the other stories in the Cosmere. And I think this is the one that I remember hearing that about because I was like, ooh, maybe I could read it because I've never read a Brandon Sanderson book before, and I don't want to have to read like all the other ones that come before it to read this one. But the cover was so pretty. I'm very jealous. No plans, just working. Totally understand. Totally understand. Want to see it? Yes, I will be doing some type of vlog while I'm there. I don't know exactly what I'm going to be doing, mainly because I don't want to take my camera with me. I'm just weird like this, but I don't like taking my expensive electronics out of town, out of the country in this case, because I just don't want something to happen. Like if something happens to my camera, whether it like my luggage gets lost or if it gets stolen, like I always hear horror stories when people travel to like other countries, like any country, it doesn't even matter which one. But I always hear like people, like my best friend when she went to Spain a couple of months ago, maybe it was last year, I can't remember. She went to Spain, her phone got stolen, and it was a whole ordeal for trying to get like a new phone when she got back to the States. So yeah, I'm just very like don't like taking because like my camera was like $600. Like that's not easy to replace if it gets stolen or lost or something. So I would have to film everything on my phone, but that means that I have to go through my phone and clean some stuff out because I probably don't have enough storage on my phone to film like a whole vlog while I'm there. So I'm gonna work on something. I'm gonna figure something out before I go. I have some time. So I'm definitely gonna figure something out between now and then because I definitely do want to do a reading vlog. I specifically decided that I'm going to be reading The Perfect Couple by Ellen Hildebrand while I'm on this trip because that book is basically a wedding at a beach, and I think the bridesmaid or someone like goes missing or is murdered or something like that. So I just felt like it was very fitting since I am also going to a wedding at the beach. Hopefully nobody gets murdered. I mean, obviously that's not the goal, but I just feel like it would be fun to read that book on this trip. So I definitely want to do like a reading vlog for that book. So that is the plan. My plan is to go somewhere summer year long. I can only wish for now. I completely understand. I'm the exact same way. This is the only trip. Other than like I technically took a trip earlier in the summer, but I wasn't far from home. I was like an hour away from where I live. Like I didn't actually go on a trip. It was more of like an escape. Let's get away from everything that I know for a couple of days. But an actual vacation, like travel to a destination, haven't done that. This will be the first time. Probably. When was the last time I went on a vacation? Like a vacation. Probably pre-pandemic. It was probably the last time I went to like a real destination. I went to Virginia Beach during the pandemic, like in the very, well, maybe not the very beginning, but like kind of like the very beginning when like everything was shut down. But that doesn't really count. We didn't really do anything because everything was shut down. So besides that, I have not been on a real trip. Like this is my first like real trip. So I'm excited. It was available. Okay. Huh. I didn't even think about that. I might have to look into that. I'm gonna purchase the secret theme though. He has extras. I'll purchase it tonight. Yeah, I know that. I see Danny when Danny does her unboxing videos. That's how I keep up with it because there's so many. I didn't even know there were that many. I think she's on like number 7 or 8 or something. Like there's so many of these, and I had no idea. So that's really cool. Yeah, I knew what you meant. It's so good and easy to get into. Yeah, I think Princess was the one that was talking about it. And she was saying that like she was one that like showed it on, I think it was on her sprint, she was showing it. And I was like, ooh, that's really pretty. And I think Danny was the one that I was listening to like talk about like what it's about or whatever. I guess I don't think she had read it yet, but I guess based on the description or whatever. But I was like, ooh, this is not connected to like all the other books. I could probably get into this. And that would be my first experience with Brandon Sanderson because I've never read one of his books before. Hi, Jigra. How are you? Didn't read the last sprint, but I will read The Blade itself. Oh, what's that? Never heard of that. No end of summer plans for me. Understood. Totally okay. Hi, Jen. How are you? Ooh, Spells for Forgetting. Where have I heard of this book? I want to think that Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading was talking about this book and was like convincing me to read it, and that's why it's on my TBR. How are you liking it? Should I read it? What do you think? Hello, Jen. Oh yeah, baby girl. Oh, that's awesome! Congrats! That is so amazing. I have a soft spot for anything dance related. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. She was like convincing me to read it, and I had never even heard of it until she started talking about it. But I'm curious, are you liking it so far? Do you agree with Brittany? Like, should I read this book? Or is it kind of like, nah, you could, do without it. It's not going to make or break you. You're not missing out on anything. I don't even remember what she said it was about, but I remember that title. I remember her like very vividly like talking about this in sprints. So let me know what your thoughts are on it. Also, wanted to bring this up. Have you? Some of you, I know the answer is yes because I am in sprints with a lot of you. Even if I'm like in the comments of someone else's sprints. Have you guys heard of Notion? And why are more people not talking about this? The first time I heard of it was from Princess. That was how I discovered what Notion even was. But I'm so confused as to why more people are not talking about this platform. Or is it a platform, an application, a program, a software? I don't know what the kids are calling it these days. But the thing, I don't know why people are not talking about this. This thing is amazing. If you like organizing, having like schedules and calendars and like to-do lists and just having your life organized and convenient and being able to like look at it anywhere, whether it's on your phone, on your tablet, on your iPad, on your computer, just having anything you need, like being able to recall information that you don't have to store in your brain because you can store it in Notion. Like, this thing is about to change my life. I have been using this since Saturday and I'm already obsessed. And I already got one of my coworkers, like he downloaded it, like he's obsessed with it. Why are people not talking about this thing? Like, I would be the first one to tell you, everybody needs to go look this up because you probably could benefit from it. I highly, highly recommend everyone spread the word. They are connected somewhat. There's a little reference made, nuggets. Okay, that would mean something. Yeah, that makes sense. More to diehard fans, won't hinder a newbie. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think I might check that out. I haven't decided. It depends because I kept saying that like 2024 is going to be the year of the series for me. So I do plan on reading a bunch of series, and I don't know if Brandon Sanderson will make it into that or not, just because he has so many books, and his books are also really long. So I don't know. I don't want to commit to that just yet. But the bright side is that I don't have to commit to that because this book is loosely like it's an interconnected standalone. So I don't have to read the other books. So this is good news. I say it's a great way to start. Okay, good to know. Good to know. It's pretty good, kind of predictable unless there's a huge twist at the end. I'm at 89%. Okay, that's still good though. The fact that I don't really mind too much if it's a little bit predictable. I feel like it's hard for a book, any genre of book really, to be like super unpredictable because most storylines follow like a formula. So it's kind of hard, especially when you've read so many books. Not saying that I have read a bunch of books, but I also have like watched a lot of shows and read plays and stuff like that. Like, stories just in general tend to follow a formula. So once you've consumed enough content, you can kind of guess certain things here and there. So I don't think that it being predictable is the worst thing, unless it's like blatantly obvious where it's like not worth you reading because you already know literally everything that's going to happen. That's what happened to me when I read We Were Liars. Like, I was on page 70 and I already knew everything that was going to happen for the rest of the book. And I was mad. What is it? It is, how do I even describe it? It's an app, but it's also like a website or whatever. So you don't have to download the app if you don't want to. You can just access it through the internet. But basically, you can organize your life. I would show you guys mine, but like stuff like where I live is on it. So don't want to dox myself, but you basically can. So if I go to my homepage has so much stuff on it. There is, and you can download templates. So don't let it overwhelm you if you like see someone else's Notion, like, oh my gosh, like how they do this. This looks like so much work. There are templates that you can buy, especially like I got mine from Etsy. Also, Princess sent me a template as well. So between looking at the one that she sent me and then the one that I got from Etsy, it just, like I said, game changer for real. But I have like a planner section, so like all of my different calendars, and I can see it in like different views. I can look at like, you know, my calendar just for today, my appointments, what I have to do today, versus like what I have to do for the week, what I have to do for the month, what I have to do for the year. You can kind of see everything in one place. I have like a lifestyle section. So like my lifestyle section is like my reading journal. What else? My any like shows, movies that I want to watch, my gratitude journal, my regular journal, my bucket list, stuff like that. I have a productivity section, so that's where like all of my work and school stuff go. That's where like my habit trackers are. So like you can track things like your sleep schedule, your cycle schedule, what else? Like your meal plans, all that kind of stuff. There's like a future section, so like your vision boards and stuff like that, your manifestations, your affirmations. There's a finance section, so you can do a lot of tracking with like money that you're spending or things that you're saving towards, financial goals, stuff like that, financial planning, subscription trackers, stuff like that. There's a wellness section. What is in my wellness section? Oh, my workout plan, my fitness plan, my recipe book, meal planner, my grocery list. And then the self-care section, it's taking a while to load. My self-care section is my skincare tracker, my hydration tracker, medication tracker, any kind of symptoms that you may be experiencing. You can like write down your symptoms or whatever. And then once you know, might figure out what it is, you're like, oh, like there are times, one of the things that happens to me a lot, my face is very sensitive to foods. So there are foods that I can't eat because it will mess up my face. So one food, for example, is Panera bread. I cannot eat Panera bread's chicken because it messes up my face. How did I figure that out? Because eventually I realized that every time I eat chicken from Panera bread, my face would get messed up, and that would be the only thing different that I did in my routine. So this is like an easier way where you can kind of track it faster. So when you're tracking all these things, I can go back and be like, oh, I have this bump on my face or whatever. Like, what did this come from? Let me go back. Let me see, you know, oh, I had a headache on this day, or oh, I ate this food on this day, and I can figure out like what is causing certain things. So I love that. You have like your morning routine, your evening routine. There's just so much stuff on here. Like I said, I did not create the template itself. It was something that I bought. It was like $8 or $9. It was really inexpensive for how much you get out of this. Very inexpensive. So don't go out and buy like a $30 one. That's so unnecessary. There are some cheap ones that you can get, but there's just so much, and then you can customize it. So even the ones that you buy, you can add your own pages, your own charts, your own pictures, you know, animation, videos. Like I have Spotify lists and stuff linked on these different things. Like it is just amazing, like literally amazing. My life has been changed. So thank you to Princess for introducing me to this. Hopefully you guys will look into this and love it for yourselves. I will stop talking about it now because that's not what we're here for, but it's fun to go on my little Notion rant. Hey, Rally. Been up all night monitoring, watching, hurricane stuff to make sure my family's okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh, y'all. I saw this post. I think it was on Instagram. It's not funny, but it's funny. Somebody had posted and was like, oh, Hurricane Hillary touched down. And it was a video of Hillary Duff's song. What is that song called? Like Let the Rain Fall Down? Or no, I think it's called Coming Clean. I was like, y'all are not funny. Y'all play too much. A lot of people do talk about it. Really? Like many things, it will be everywhere in December and January, New Year, or yep, that is true. That is probably true. I didn't even think about that. There's probably going to be a lot of people, like, you know how people always like, oh, I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to change my life when the new year starts. And then by March, they're not doing any of the things they said they're going to be doing. That's how this is going to be. Yes, I highly recommend. I really do. I really, truly do. I'm trying to see if there is a way that I can like show you guys this page without doxing myself. I'm gonna try to figure that out on the next sprint so that you guys can like see what I'm talking about. Because it's one thing to hear about it, you're like, yeah, whatever this girl's going on and on about. But when you see it, it's like, wow. What are you obsessed with? It's called Notion. It's called Notion. You may have heard of it. Like I said, I didn't hear of it until Princess started talking about it, but game changer. Yeah, it is a journal, it is a planner, it is a tracker, like it is everything. Yep, I agree. I tell everyone they need it. Even if you don't need it, you need it. It's called Notion. Say less about to download it. Yep. Hey Paco, how are you? How's work going? How was your talk last night? I saw that you guys were like getting ready to go into the voice chat thing, but I was on my way to bed. How did it go? Hello, Tigra. Hello, Paco. So your brain online. So what is it called? So we can get it for me the website because I do not have a cell phone. Yeah, you can get it on the web. You don't have to have a smartphone or a tablet or anything. You can just go onto the regular internet. That's my dog's food coming out. You can just go onto the website. I think the what is the website called? I think it's called Notion.so is the web link. If you type Notion.so, it should take you to the page where you can like, make an account or whatever like that. I'll type it in here. Hopefully this is right. Let me see. Hello, Rally. Yes, I got Notion and I am literally obsessed with it. Absolutely obsessed. Why are people not talking about this? This thing changed my life. Paco's is Barbie themed. That does not surprise me, honestly. But do you love it? Like, are you obsessed with it? Or was it one of those things where, like, you were really obsessed with it in the beginning and then now you don't really use it? I'm curious, because I know that happens sometimes where, like, something is, like, new and fancy and shiny and it's so cool. And then you, like, stop using it and it stops being useful. I don't see that happening with this. With all the different things that you can do with this thing, I don't see that happening. But I'm curious, since you are, a veteran in the space, you know about it, you already have one. Anything that can help me organize, yep, this will definitely do it. If I don't write it down, it's as good as forgotten. Yep, that's another thing that I have. I have a page that's called Brain Dump. So anytime I have like an idea that I just need to like write down so I don't forget, it could be, I don't know, I don't even know. Because I have like a to-do list too. So like if I come up, I'm like, oh shoot, I need to go do this. Like I'll put it in my to-do list right away so that I don't forget it. Because I might be at work and I'm like, oh, when I get home, like I need to remember to take the trash out. Something that simple that like if I don't write it down, I will forget by the time I get home from work. So like I'll write it down in my to-do list, and you can prioritize your to-do list by like what's high priority, like what's immediate needs to be done right now versus things that like you need to do it, but like if you don't do it anytime soon, like it's not the end of the world. But like my brain dump page is something that I'll put like if I have like an idea for something, I'm like, oh, it will be cool. I want to try to see if I can do, stuff like that. Or even like one of the things that I've started trying to do with this is do a little bit of coding with this, like kind of like get my if you guys remember MySpace, it's kind of like MySpace when you could like design your profile and stuff like that. So if you remember how to code from that, it's not the same type of coding, but it's like similar. So I was like trying my hand at that this weekend. Some of them were a success, and I still got it. Some of them were absolute fail. So, but I wrote down like some of the codes that I want to try to make. So that way when I have time, I can like sit down and like be like, okay, I said I want to make this code. I said I want to try to make a chart that could do this, or I want to try to automate this. And I can go back to these ideas that I had once I have time and actually start like working through them. So it's a great place to just store random ideas. Or even like today, there was something that I saw on Instagram today. Have you guys heard of something called papaya? It's apparently a paper towel. It's a reusable paper towel. And it's supposed to replace 17 rolls of paper towels. It's antibacterial. It doesn't smell. Like it's like all these great things, eco-friendly and all that kind of stuff. Just heard of it today. And normally what I would do is like go into like my notes app on my phone and like drop the link. But my notes app has so much stuff in it and none of it is organized. It's just random stuff, random ideas with like little to no explanation. So I don't know how to go back and do anything with it because I don't remember why I saved it in the first place. But now that I have Notion, I have my brain dump page where I can put something like this and like add notes so I know what I want to do with this when I do have time to come back to it. So look out for that. Hope I got this right side, but thank you. Yeah, of course. I want everyone to know about it. Yeah, I think this is the website. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are absolutely welcome. Haven't used it lately, but I need to get back. Yeah, see? Even he says he needs to get back to it. He knows. Big brother gonna know your whole life. Yes, I will say, like, be careful what you put on here. Like, don't put anything like super personal. One of the pages that I saw, like for someone's template, they had like a page where they put all their passwords and stuff, like, username and passwords for all their different whatever, email, Netflix, whatever. Excuse me. Personally, I would not do that because I don't know how like secure this site is. But the stuff that I'm putting on here is not anything that's like a secret, other than like the city that I live in, which people who actually know me, they know where I live. Like, that's not a secret. There's nothing else on here that's like, I don't have like bank account numbers or, anything like that on here. So just be careful what you do put on there because I don't know how secure the site is for like very sensitive information. Like, don't put your social security number on here. Don't put your passwords on here. Don't put your banking information on here. But outside of that, I definitely recommend using it for basically everything. But yeah, anyway, back to this papaya thing. Have you guys heard of papaya? Am I late to the game? I feel like I'm always like late discovering things, but I think I might get it. The only thing that's stopping me from getting these paper towels is because I think you get 6 for like $60 or something, and I can't bring myself right now in this moment to spend $60 on paper towels. Eventually, I will get my mind right because I know in the long run it will like benefit me. It'll probably save me more money than having to buy regular disposable paper towels every couple of weeks or whatever. Also, I liked it because paper towels take up so much space. I don't know about y'all, but having a big case of paper towels, like the Sam's Club, Costco, edition, where it's like a huge pack, that just takes up so much space. And these little flat things, these little flat sponge looking things, takes up basically no room. And like I said, each one is the equivalent of 17 rolls of paper towels, and you get 6 for $60. When you do the logic, it's not a bad deal. But just looking at it on the surface level, my brain cannot comprehend spending $60 on paper towels right now. What theme you got? So my theme, I don't have like a theme. I guess the main thing is like it's green. Just like my life, like my walls. I don't know if you can tell. I don't know what the lighting is looking like, but my walls are green. That's my favorite color. So everything is like either like different shades of green, whether it's like dark green or like sage green, whatever like that. So even all of like the photos and stuff, the gifts that I added, my Spotify playlist, like, the cover for the Spotify playlist, like everything is like just different shades of green. So I'm obsessed. It's very like clean girl energy, which is kind of my whole like vibe anyway, but I'm obsessed. No, not the fruit. It's a brand. It's a brand called Papaya, and they make reusable paper towels that are. Let me see if I can go to like the homepage. So this is what I have to do my beauty guru. See if I can get it to. Yeah, it's not focusing. If I turn, let me see if I turn down the brightness, will that help? Oh yeah, there we go. So this is what the site looks like. I was looking at this earlier today because I saw it on Instagram, but it's a reusable little square, and it's supposed to be like antimicrobial. It's supposed to be like washable. You can reuse it over and over and over again. Not forever, obviously. You do eventually have to get a new one, but they give you a pack of 6. And you can use it for like to clean your dishes. You can use it to like wipe down your counters. You can use it as like a napkin, for your face. You can pretty much use it the same way that you would use a paper towel, like to clean your windows or whatever. You can basically use it for anything you would use a paper towel for. You can use this for, but like I said, it's reusable, and it because it's quick drying. They said the quick drying benefit of it makes it so that it's not able to harbor bacteria, because the bacteria is usually drawn to like moisture and stuff like that, but because it dries so fast, you don't have to worry about that. So it's really cool. I think I might get it. Not today, but I think I might get it. Not that brand, but oh really? Okay, I've never seen anything like it before. This is my first time hearing of something like easily for it. I think they are also. I think it said on the website somewhere. I feel like I remember seeing it. I don't remember where I saw it, but I feel like I saw it said something like it's. Where's it at? Bacteria, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I have to look for it. But somewhere it said that it's like, I don't know if it said it's compostable or it's something. It's some kind of biodegradable, something along those lines. I can't remember right off the top of my head what it said. But I think that there is some component to it that makes it easy to break down. Something, yep. I agree. And I didn't even know that there were other brands out there that were making similar products. So that's something that I would also research. Usually, when I hear about something, I'll look it up just in general to see if I can find more information about the thing, and then decide like which brand has the best version of that thing. So apparently, like I didn't know that reusable paper towels were even a thing. So now that I know that it's a thing, I can like look that up and see like if there are other brands that also make them, and then decide like because papaya might be like way overpriced. You might be able to get the same thing from some other brand for like half the price or whatever. So, like you said, definitely something to research for sure. Hey, Audrey, how are you? How are things going? How's the kiddo? Just finished supper after my first day with the students. I'm exhausted. Nice. How did things go? Did they go well? Did the first day go well? Are the kids excited? Are they well behaved? Were they, out of control? Like how did that whole experience go? First day of school, well, not first day of school, but first day, at school for you with the students is always very fun, very exciting. Lots of nervous kids, nervous parents, nervous teachers. So, how did that go? Hear that, business sponsors? No. Oh yeah, let me just clarify. None of this is sponsored. I'm not sponsored by Notion. I'm not sponsored by Papaya. I do not have any kind of like affiliate link or anything like that. These are just things that I have come across recently that I have found like very fascinating, and like I just want to share them with you guys because I feel like people aren't talking about these things. Or maybe I'm just really late to the game. That's also true. But yeah, like Riley said, any businesses, let me know. You want to sponsor me? Hit me up. My email is in the description. The kiddo's doing good. Excellent. It went well, but I had a full day with 5 periods of first graders, and that's a lot for first graders because they were in the other pavilion, so new building and not playing as much. It's a lot of them. Wow. Whew, that takes a lot of energy. That is one reason why I could not be like an early childhood education major, like how a lot of my sorority sisters were. I don't have the energy to deal with that many children of that age. I can't do it. You are a trooper. Hats off to you and all of the teachers out there. Hats off to you. And for us too. That's good that you survived. I'm glad that you made it back home in one piece and they didn't rip you apart. They didn't run you ragged. But I'm excited for you in the new school year. Still have a full day tomorrow. Well, you better rest up. Get your coffee, get your energy. But yeah. All right. Are we ready for another 45-minute sprint? I feel like I've rambled enough. You guys ready to jump into another sprint? We're going to do 45 minutes. Let me get it pulled up. Oh, you're welcome. All right, there we go. There we go. I have Friday. Okay, that's good. That's awesome. Yeah, just gotta power through tomorrow. That's awesome. It's looking on the bright side. Oops. I have to leave right now. I have another sprint at 5. So, nope, no problem. Thank you for coming. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate having you here. And we'll see you the next time. All right, guys, let's jump into this sprint. And I will see you guys back here in 45 minutes. Happy reading. we are back. Sorry if you guys can hear the bubbling of the hot water tank. But we are back. How did your reading go? How did you guys do? What did you do during that last sprint? Let's see. Princess is here. Hello, Princess. I guess I talked you up. I've been talking about you and Notion. Obviously, those two things have to go hand in hand because I wouldn't know what Notion was if it weren't for you introducing it to me. So here is the queen herself of Notion. Hello, Audrey. Hello, Princess. Hello, Pat. Oh, thank you, Elyses. Yes, hit the like button. That would be very helpful. Thank you so much. Right? Okay, here's the real tea, right? So I started working on this on Saturday, right? It was like maybe 7 o'clock at night, and I was like, let me set this thing up. Do you know that I started at around 7 p.m., give or take? I was up till 6 o'clock in the morning playing with this thing. I did not even realize what time it was or how much time had passed. I was fully engrossed in this thing. It like sucked me in. It was like worse than TikTok. Like I was fully immersed in this whole thing and I'm obsessed at this point. So I do not blame you for being on it all night because that was me this weekend. Yes, thank you very much, Pat. Might do it when I can look at it. Might be complicated for me to figure out. I mean, like I said, if you get the templates, a lot of times the templates will have like instructions embedded like within the page, so it tells you like this is the page for whatever, and like here's how you use it. So depending on which one you get, they can be like very user friendly. I would say if you're trying to like start from scratch and like do your own thing, it can be overwhelming. But that could also be fun too to kind of be original and do your own thing. Like that could also be a lot of fun. So wouldn't discourage anyone from doing that if you want to. 5 minutes left in my book. Nice. All right. Well, hopefully it ends well. Hello, Pat. Yes. Let me see. What are you guys doing for the weekend? I know we're not there yet, but we can dream. It's almost the weekend. And it's a holiday weekend. Or at least if you live in the US, it's a holiday weekend. Because Labor Day is on Monday. So nice 3-day weekend for those who have the day off on Monday. I think that we'll probably get off work early on Friday. I hope so anyway. For some holidays, they'll let us leave at like 2 o'clock. We don't know until the day of if they're going to let us go. So that's why I say hopefully. But do you guys have any plans for the holiday weekend? Any cookouts or anything going on? Who's cooking? Whose house are we all going to go get some good eats from? Like, what's the plan? What are we doing? I admittedly do not have any plans this weekend, but that's good because I have a lot of stuff that I need to do, if I'm being honest. Like, just like regular stuff. Like, I literally just filed my taxes like yesterday. I know it's supposed to be done a long time ago. I put in an extension and the extension was about to run out. That's the only reason why I even did it yesterday. So there are a lot of like just regular life things that I need to do. Like one of the reasons why I'm in this room sprinting instead of being in my bedroom like I normally am is because my bedroom is covered in like clothes and stuff from all the stuff that's coming in that I ordered for my trip. So there's like clothes and shoes and like just piles of stuff just everywhere because I'm in the process of like trying to decide what I want to pack or what I need to get because maybe I don't have something. Maybe I thought I had it and I'm like, oh, I actually don't know where it is. I lost it. I need to buy a new one. Or thought I, didn't know that I needed something like, oh, I should probably get this. So there's just stuff everywhere in my room right now. Hence why I'm in my little workspace doing this sprint. Going to be working on my online shop this weekend as well as some booktube stuff. Nice. I'm behind. Honestly, I am behind on booktube. There are not only a lot of videos that I need to catch up on that I have not watched, but I have not posted a video in almost 2 weeks. So I need to finish editing. I probably won't have a video this Friday either because I still have not finished editing the video that was supposed to come out last week. But there's just so much going on. Like with me trying to get set up with this exam, like the trip coming up, like my work schedule. Like there's just a lot of different things like happening that's kind of like throwing me off from my normal routine. My routine has been very off like the last 2 weeks, so it's coming. Like I said, it's going to be a comparison video of Love and Other Words and Every Summer After. But when it's coming out, it's to be announced. Might do something fun with the kiddo. Nice. That'll be fun. I like that idea. Having fun with the kids, especially if it's like a weekend. A lot of times, like the schools are also out as well, so like the kids have a 3-day weekend as well. But you're in Canada, so I don't know if you guys acknowledge Labor Day. You might not. Not sure. Uncertain on that one. But even still, even if you don't have a 3-day weekend, like it'll probably still be nice to get out, enjoy the last couple of days, as we get into the colder months. These are the last lingering days of summer, of warm, pleasant weather. So enjoy it while you can. So definitely recommend getting out there and enjoying the weather. This is not letting me click on this. I can see it, but I can't click on it. There we go. We do have Labor Day, and no, I don't have school. Okay, nice. So yeah, that'll be awesome. That'll be a lot of fun for you guys to hang out this weekend. Looking forward to hearing all about your adventures over the weekend. And with that, I am going to gear up the next sprint. Let me see. Trying to debate if I should do a 45 or if I should do an hour. Normally, I would do an hour. So I think that's probably what I'm going to do. Because I usually do 30, 45, 60, and then a 30 to end it. So I'm going to gear that up. There we go. And I will see you guys back here in an hour. Happy reading. And we are back. How did everyone do? How did your reading go? I read, I think, like 28 or 27 pages. So I'm this far into the book. I'm on page 183. I don't really know where I was when I first started, but I'm on page 183 now. This book is so big. Every time I look at it, I'm just like, ugh. But I feel like I'm getting through it pretty easy. Like, I will say it's a pretty easy read. And I like the fact that with this being, what is this, like the fourth book in the series, there's so much that has happened in this series. And I haven't read these books since like January. So I forgot a lot of what was going on. But this book does a really good job of like kind of refreshing your memory. I guess if you read all the books back to back to back, it probably would be kind of annoying because it's like, why are you telling me things that I already know? But for me, excuse me, it's very helpful because I forgot half of this stuff. Like details about stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, who is this character again? They just finished like talking about what happened to the priestesses or whatever they're called that like work in the library. And I was like, wait, what did happen to them? I don't even remember. But then they told you. So I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. So I like how this book is written. It's like a nice recap for people like me who forgot. Hello, Courtney. I don't know if you're still here, but hi, how are you? How was your day? Did you work today? Did you have happy hour today? What's going on? Hey, Adrian, how are you? How was your day? Are you guys back to school? I think you guys are back to school already, right? How's that going? Hello, Courtney. Hello, Adrian. Hello, Pat. Yes, remember to hydrate. Got my water. Already on it. Let me see. Finally, I feel like I missed something. Did I miss something? Oh, maybe not. Finally, I'm not reading. I'm editing still. I feel that. I should be doing that. That's what I should be doing. Read 30 pages. Nice. I feel like you were always a beast when it comes to reading. Like, you always read so many pages in a sprint. Good for you. I'm so intimidated. Didn't read, but I made some progress on work stuff and getting to my book nowish. Okay. What are you reading again? Kiana just got off work. Excellent. Just joined. Only read a few pages of Wired. Huh, never heard of that by Toby Neal. What is that about? Like, what genre is that? I've never heard of this book before. Also, hi, Don. Have 30 minutes of my book left, and I legit can't finish because the niece needs help with algebra. Oh, man. Ooh, calculus. Are you good at math? I will be the first to admit that I am not good at math. Like, I am Aaron Samuels when Katie is like, I'm actually really good at math. You're really bad at math. Like, I am that person. I'm really bad at math. That was a Mean Girls reference, also, if nobody knows what that was from. It's from Mean Girls. But yeah, I am not good at math. So I would absolutely not be able to help with calculus. Algebra was okay. I was all right in algebra. Geometry is where I shine. Like, I could kill it in geometry. But any other math class, I'm gonna have to sit that one out. So good luck with your algebra. That's basically calculus. I also heard that like over the last couple of years that they've changed like the way they teach stuff in school now with like the Common Core, which I don't really know what that means, but I heard that like it's a lot harder now, especially for like parents and stuff, to try to help their kids because the way the kids are learning now is so different than how like we were taught when we were kids. So good luck. Hope you guys are successful. Long day. Any a happy hour? Okay. But I'm reading now. Best part of the day. What are you reading? Are you still reading Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone, or did you finish that already? I'm reading A Million Things, but focusing on finishing Yellowface as well as The Psalm of Storm and Silence. Nice. That's the second book in the Wraiths and Ruins. I don't know what that like series is called, but like the first book I think is Wraiths and Ruins, right? Also, Yellowface. I said this earlier, but just in case anyone wasn't here when I said it, I'm doing a like group read, buddy read along, whatever you want to call it, for the month of September for Yellowface. So the link for my Discord should be in the description of this video. If you are interested, feel free to join. On the next sprint, I'm going to actually set up like the chat or whatever. But technically, it's there already. It just isn't like once you click on it, there's nothing inside of it. But the chat is there if you want to hop on in there. But September starts on Friday, so get ready for those of you who will be participating. Looking forward to it. I've heard really good things about this book, so I'm very excited. Read, I mean, read. Reading last book for Amazing Readathon. Oh my gosh. Before Battleathon starts, putting off cooking because I'm tired. Is Battleathon over the weekend? Is that like the weekend thing? Or does it start, is it going to start and end before the month is up? Because that means basically tomorrow. It's so many people participating in the Amazing Readathon. I'm so happy for Brie that she had so much like participation since this was like her first, like readathon that she's hosted. Seems like there was a lot, like there was like a really good turnout. So I'm very happy. People had a lot of fun with it, so I'm glad. Nice, Courtney Wright. Wish I got a happy hour. I was gonna ask about Yellowface. Yep. So it's in the Discord. We'll be reading for the month of September, and then the live show will be at some point in October. We'll have to wait till we get closer to October because we'll have to wait for Paco to get his work schedule, so we can decide like when we're gonna schedule that for. But yeah, we'll be reading it in September if you're interested. Wired is a mystery set in Hawaii, mostly following a cyber detective. That sounds really interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up. That sounds amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna Google this. Who's the author? I think I found it. Here we go. Here we go. Toby Neal. Ooh. This could be fun. Oh, the cover looks really cool. OMG. Might have to add this to the TBR. This looks cool. Are you liking it at least? Are you enjoying it? Is it good so far, what you've read? I'm proud I survived the Amazing Readathon. Yes, that's the reason why I didn't participate because it just seemed like it was like too, I don't want to say chaotic, but like I'm a very like structured and planned person. So the idea of like not knowing what the prompt is going to be until like the day of or whatever, that to me was just too much. Like my anxiety, I wouldn't be able to handle that. I would like freak out and like panic and then not do anything at all. I need to have like time in advance to like mentally prepare, get my ideas together, all that kind of stuff. But like I said, I saw a lot of people had a lot of fun with it, so I'm glad that it was as successful as it turned out to be. I know she like put a lot of work into that, so yes, it's the second book of A Song of Race and Ruin. Good to know for Yellowface. It'll be fresh in my memory. Yep. Nice. What is is it like a weekly vlog? Is it a reading vlog? Like what kind of vlog is it? Have to fit Yellowface into Battleathon in time to discuss it. Yep. So we won't be discussing it until October. Like on YouTube, it'll be like a live discussion in October, but we'll be starting the reading for it in September. So you can start it whenever. If you want to start it on the first day, feel free. If you want to start it on day 22nd, September 22nd, like that's also fine. There's no rush, but hopefully people will participate and have lots to say. I feel like this is a book that you would have, not you specifically, but like that people would have a lot to say about. So I'm interested to see like what people, will say when we start discussing it. I know, Rally, you and I had a lot of like really good talk about what was that book we were reading? It Ends With Us, but also It Starts With Us. Like I really enjoyed our conversation when we were discussing that. So I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts on Yellowface. I'm enjoying it. Ooh, it starts off intense. What do you mean by intense? Is intense like good intense? Like, ooh, like we started out with like a bang? Or intense like it's like dark and like maybe like heavy with like the triggers? Like, what do you mean by intense? I'm curious. Either way, I'm kind of already interested, but still want to know what you mean by intense. Yeah, a weekly vlog of a whole bunch of shit. Nice. Looking forward to it. Got intense for me when they brought in detours and sabotage. Yeah, that's the only thing too. Like, I know that there were like people that were sabotaging other teams, and then like the whole thing of like having money to be able to like figure out how you're going to travel to the next destination. I know there were like punishments and stuff for like the teams that came in last place. Sounds like a lot of fun. Like I would absolutely spectate, but I don't know that I would participate. I would have to have a lot of time on my hands to participate in something like that just because things are very last minute and I'm not a last minute kind of person. So just the way my life is set up, it doesn't work for me. But it was fun to like watch other people participate and hear, all the craziness that was going on. Oh yeah, yeah. I was asking Dawn about because she said it was intense, like the book was intense. But I mean, yes, you are right that the Amazing Readathon was also very intense. I think that many people that participated would absolutely agree with you that it was intense. From what I've heard, it seems very intense, and people were very like I don't know, like very like a lot of like team spirit, like oh I'm a team red, like go team blue, like a lot of team spirit, which I thought was really cute too. And you saw it like across a lot of different like sprints, like every sprint that I would be in, there were people, like multiple people that were participating. Some people were on the same team, some people were on opposing teams, but there was also like good like camaraderie and like, good sportsmanship. Like even if you guys were like on opposing teams, like there was still, good sportsmanship. So it was good. I'm glad that it turned out as well as it did. Oh no, you don't have to hide. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, we have reached the end of the comments. So I am going to, oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I am going to set up another 30-minute sprint. This will be the last sprint. And during the sprint, I am going to set up the inside of the Discord for the Yellowface readathon that we're going to be doing. So that's what I'll be doing during this sprint. And then depending on how long that takes, hopefully that doesn't take a full 30 minutes. But depending on how long that takes, then I will get some more reading done. It starts with action, but also gets kind of dark when you learn things about the cyber detective's life. Ooh, interesting. Hmm. Everything you're saying is like piquing my interest. I'm very curious now. Huh. Okay. This sounds good. I'd be curious to know when you finish it, what your rating is of it. That's what I would be curious to know. Because sometimes things will start off good and then just kind of go in like a weird direction, or like it'll have a lot of potential and then like not live up to it. So I'm curious when you finish it what your thoughts are. But so far, everything you're saying, you're selling me on this book. I'm very interested in this now. I'm gonna have to look more into this and like actually read like the full summary and stuff like that. But it sounds pretty good. So hopefully you are enjoying it. But let's jump into this last sprint. And I will see you guys back here, in 30 minutes. Happy reading. That actually scared me. I was fully into Discord trying to set up this channel for for Yellowface, and that scared the crap out of me. How did everyone else do? How did you get on? How did your reading go? Remember that part when I said, like, oh, it shouldn't take me more than 30 minutes to do this? And it kind of didn't. Part of the time I was on the phone with my mom, but this is taking me a little bit longer than I thought just because I didn't know what I was doing. I'm trying to set up a forum page instead of like a regular text channel. So I was trying to like add tags or whatever, and I was doing it wrong for the longest time. It took me like 10 minutes just to figure out how to do it because I am not technologically savvy. So I will be continuing to work on this even once I get off of sprints. I'm going to finish this so that I can be done with this and it can be ready to go for Friday or earlier if people want to start commenting in there early. Like I know Audrey said that she has already, read it or is reading it or whatever. So if anybody wants to start posting early, you are more than welcome to. Let me see. Where did we leave off? Oh, what's happening? There we go. Courtney said, yeah, I'm not sure what this also, why am I still down here? There we go. I don't know what this was in reference to. I don't know. I probably forgot. Let me know. I'm on page 93. Okay, I see you. Nice. How are you liking it? Is it good so far? Are you liking it? Read 2 chapters. Amazing. Also, so I was looking, that was also part of the reason why it took me the entire sprint, was because before I talked to my mom, I was looking at this series that you're reading. First of all, I didn't know it was a series. Didn't realize that. I thought it was just a singular book. But apparently it's a series, and there's quite a few books in this series. There's 14 books. I'm like looking at it now on Amazon. There's 14 books in this series, which I did not know. Not that I'm not saying that's a problem. I just was not aware of that. But I was looking at the description for the first book in the series, obviously. And the description itself was like kind of like maybe. But reading like the comments from people, it says hacker, MMA fighter, domestic violence survivor, chronic depressive. These were the words that they used to describe the main character. I'm so in. This sounds so good. Sophie likes children and animals better than people. Hilarious, because I'm pretty sure children are people, but all right. Then it says her yellow lab is the only companion in her bed for now. Like, ooh, okay, what does that mean? That was very. And then it says if Jack Reacher, what does it say? If Elizabeth Salander, I don't know who that is, but if that person and Jack Reacher had a black tie love child, it would be this main character. That is what made me interested. I was like, "Ooh, this sounds so cool." So I think I'm definitely going to be adding this to my TBR because it sounds really good. So thank you, Dawn, for telling me about this book because I would have likely never stumbled upon this without you. So thank you for that. Ooh, you finished it! Oh my gosh, and it was good. That's great. Now, do you think that this is going to turn into, or do you maybe it's not something that you could think about? Maybe he's already like said it, but is this something that is going to turn into like its own series? Like, is this going to be like a spin-off series, or is this just like a one and done like standalone book that has like loose connections to like the Cosmere? I would be curious to know if this is going to be like the start of another series that's part of this. Kind of like how Crescent City and Akatar, and I'm only thinking about that because I'm literally reading right now. But like how those two are like 2 separate series, but some kind of way that they have a connection to each other, which I don't know what the connection is yet because I haven't read Crescent City yet. But I'm just wondering if Yumi is going to be like a series. Curious, because that's a series that I can jump on since only the first book is out. Nice. Read 20 pages. Oh, you're absolutely welcome. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you got some good reading, some good stuff done while you're here. I'm just excited to read. Good. But what are you? Oh yeah, I think I asked you if you were still reading Everyone in my family has killed someone. Was that what you were saying? Yeah, too, that you are still reading that? Kiana, is Crane husband getting better? It's good so far. Well, that's good. Very good. Now that I got some insight about it. Oh, what kind of insight? What insight? I've never heard of this book. I don't know anything about it. What kind of insight did you get? Hmm. Your live still off. Your live still. Oh, bad they were. Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully it gets better, or hopefully you just can leave and go home. Either way. It's kind of weird though. Weird in what way? I like the word weird. It is intriguing. Give me. I need to know more about what you mean by weird. Oh yeah. You did say that yesterday when you were on Sprints. I completely forgot. And I remember you saying it because I remember thinking or wondering if that was the same book that Paco had that he showed me. Like he has like this pretty like cover and even like the end pages on the inside. Like it's a really beautiful book. So I think that that's the same book that he was talking about. And I meant to ask you yesterday when we were on Sprints, but I forgot because I was at work. Home now, need a milkshake. Honestly, a milkshake would be quite lovely right now. I would not be opposed to that. I wasn't getting it at first. I felt like it was supposed to be deep, but I was missing it. Oh. So what kind of insight, like, I guess you don't want to spoil it, but like the insight that you got, were you right? Like, was there something deeper that was going on that was like going over your head, or were you just like thinking that there was supposed to be deep and it wasn't? Like reading more into it than what it really was. Oh, I can't wait to read that. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it is the book that you have. That book is so pretty. I think you have a special edition though, like Fairy Loot or something. So all of them don't look like that, but the one that you have is very nice. It was very tempting. I almost was like, "Oh, I'm gonna read this book," not because I cared about the book, but purely because I like the cover. But I know that my version won't look like that, so I had to do a little reality check. Not my milkshake. Oh my gosh. What's funny? That song, what's her name? Khalees or whatever. That was the first, fun fact, that was the first ringtone that I ever had for my phone when I was in fifth grade. That was my ringtone. And I did not know what the song was about, but I just liked the song and I knew all the, well, back then I knew all the words. I couldn't tell you the words now, but I was obsessed with that song in the fifth grade and that was my ringtone. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Very beautiful. Very beautiful book. Very jealous. Yeah, it's about domestic violence now. Oh, okay. Gotcha. My first was Single Ladies. Yep, I remember when that came out. I think that was like 10th grade or something like that. For me, it was 10th grade. Obviously, it wasn't 10th grade for everyone. When that came out, I remember that very vividly because everybody was learning the dance moves to the video, and it was a whole era. Honestly, I think the song really, huh? Did it? No, it can't. Which song? Milkshake? That song cannot be 30 yet. Because I'm not 30 yet. There's no way. It's probably close to 30. But I don't think it's 30 yet. It can't be. Because I'm pretty sure I was like, I don't know, 9 or something like that when that song came out. Something like that. Don't quote me. I can't quite remember. Phyllis was on. Really? All right. Let me look this up because I feel like that's impossible. Okay. Oh, interesting. Hold on. I do see 1 week ago, Khalees reflects on the 20th anniversary of Milkshake. That I could believe. Actually, that would make plenty of sense because I said that I was 9 when it came out, and I'm 29 now. So 20 years ago, I would have been 9. I don't know why I didn't just do the math. Like, duh. Yeah, it's probably the 20-year anniversary. All right. Yeah, 20 year. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, there's no way that song is 30 years old. The song can't be older than me because I was already here before the song came out. Yeah. Yep. That was the year. I was walking around with my little cell phone in 5th grade talking about my milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. That was me. Yeah. Makes more sense. However, I find that this newer generation thinks all of their parents' songs are theirs. I can believe that. I could totally believe that. That makes plenty of sense, honestly. The newer generation is like, it's fun, like getting to watch like Gen Z grow up is so entertaining. Their energy is so different from any other generation's energy. I love to watch it. It can be irritating, but also it's incredibly entertaining. My daughter plays songs from the 80s. Not her questioning what you know about the music. You know what I hate? I hate when I'm with my mom and she'll play, like, my mom she's been listening to the same music since before I was born, right? She's like stuck in the same era. If it ain't Chris Brown, she's not listening to modern music. That's the only like modern artist that she listens to. She's obsessed with Chris Brown. But she'll play a song that like she's played my entire life. And then like I'll be like singing along to it or whatever. And she'll be like, "How you know this song?" And I'm like, literally it was part of the soundtrack to my life growing up. Like, so yes, I claim it as my song because you forced me to listen to it growing up. These youngins, the nerve. I think that's so funny. Also, I feel like I'm very out of touch with music now. Like, if you were to name a song that's like out and popular on the radio right now, I probably don't know it. Most of the like current music that I do know, I probably only know because I've heard it on TikTok. I have not listened to the radio in God knows how long. And I canceled my Apple Music subscription, so I probably should get that back because I do kind of want that back. I kind of regret canceling that. But yeah, I have no idea like what the music industry is doing right now. If it's not a TikTok song, then I don't know it. Oops. It could be that she's obsessed with. Yes, could be. Could be. Stranger Things is so good. I personally like the 80s is my favorite like decade. Like if I had to pick a decade, oh, that's a good question. If you guys had to pick a decade to travel back to, which decade would you travel back to? I'll go first. I want to go back to the 80s. The 80s was so cool. Like it was just a different type of energy in the 80s. Like it was like fun and wild, but also like innocent in a way, especially compared to what's going on in the world now. It was very innocent, but like they thought they were living on the edge, but it was just like cool and fun, and people were like trying to be edgy, and like you had like the grunge movement happening. Like it was just a really cool time. I wish that I could go back and be like in my like teen years or like early 20s or whatever in the 80s. That'd be so much fun. I do that too. Like, how do you know this song? Because of you. You are the reason why I know this song. It's crazy how people just act like the whole Rihanna Chris Brown fight exists. 100%. 100%. People refuse to acknowledge it. They're like, what? Who? What happened? I guess if they're over it, I guess people are over it. He's been in the, media for negative stuff so many times after that that maybe that like doesn't even phase people anymore because of all the other stuff that he's gotten in trouble for over the years. So, and my son has become obsessed with Ice Cube. Really? That's so interesting. Huh. That is an artist that I can't say that I really ever listened to his music. Like I'm not a rap person, first of all. Like R&B, cool. Pop, cool. Like, excuse me. But rap has never really been like yeah, I don't know. Rap has never been my thing. Whether we're talking about old school or even like present day, I've just never really been into rap. But that's so interesting that he's obsessed with Ice Cube. I feel like that would be an interesting artist though to follow, especially just the trajectory of his career, like seeing like where he started versus like where he is now. Like what an icon, honestly. 90s, okay, you want to go back to the 90s? The 90s was cool. I think the 90s would probably be maybe like second on my list. It will be 80s and then the 90s and then probably 80s, 90s, and then maybe like the 20s, but it would have to be like an alternate reality version of the 20s because segregation was very much a thing in the 20s, and I don't necessarily want to relive that. But all the other parts of the 20s, I think it will be fun to relive. So yeah, I agree with the 90s. The 90s was definitely a vibe. 80s was fun music, but the 90s because it was the most fun personally and musically. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna agree or disagree with that. I think that for me, it's kind of a toss up, but I do think, like you said, I like the music more in the 80s. I tend to, even now, like the little bit of music that I do listen to, and the artists that I tend to gravitate towards are artists whose music sounds kind of like reminiscent of that era. I was gonna say retro, but I don't like that word. But it's kind of like reminiscent of that. Like one of my favorite, like I would say my favorite artist or band or whatever of all time is called Laney. If anybody's ever heard of it, you probably haven't. Totally fine. They're more like underground, but I'm obsessed with Laney, and their music definitely has like more of like an '80s kind of vibe to it, like musically. But yeah, I love 80s music. I love 80s fashion too. I mean, 90s fashion was good too. Don't get me wrong. I love me a good like Aaliyah fit. You know what I mean? Like that was also a vibe. Like the baggy jeans, the do rags, bandanas, and stuff like that. Like I'm a fan of the 90s fashion as well. But there's something about 80s, like the wild makeup and like the big hair, the oversized blazers, which have obviously made a comeback in fashion today, like the leg warmers. Like I don't know, it was such a vibe. I would love to go back to that time period. Where the black music artists and were there black music artists in the 80s? I think so. I couldn't name any right off the top of my head, but I'm sure if some people started naming them, I'll be like, oh yeah, this person, this person, this person. But there's no one that instantly comes to mind. But wait, let's take that back. Didn't Whitney come out in the 80s? Or was that the 90s? I could have swore Whitney was out in the 80s. I think. Like her first album. He asked me, could he get a jersey? No way. No way. What did you say? Are you going to let him do it? That would be so fun. Rihanna has refused to acknowledge it. True. Therefore, I can't force myself to care about more than she does. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. The 70s. The 70s is cool. It's not a decade that I would necessarily be hard pressed to go back to, but it was cool. I love the bell bottoms. I love the afros. Like it was kind of like that transition because I feel like there was like the go-go era and then the disco era and then you had the 80s which was just like wild. So like the disco era was like, that was a moment. So I think that would be fun. Not the girl, right? That would be so funny. Truly sees once she went back to him, people were like, whatever. Yeah, honestly, it was her Oprah interview for me. I was like, well, there it is. I let it go when she, yeah, exactly. It's hard to be mad about something that didn't happen to you when the person that it did happen to seems to not care. So that's valid. I understand that. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Same. I don't really like. Yeah, I've just never been into like rap or hip hop. Not really. I guess also it wasn't something that I was like exposed to very much growing up, so that could have something to do with it. Maybe I don't know. But yeah, I've just never been into that genre of music specifically. The new stuff is trash. I wouldn't know, but I believe you. Oh yeah, duh, Michael Jackson. How did I forget about that? But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Whitney out in the 80s? I could be wrong because I wasn't there. I wasn't alive yet. But I want to think that Whitney was also out. And what's the other lady's name? I don't know if that was the 80s though. That might have been before the 80s. I was gonna say Dionne Warwick, but that might have been before the 80s. I'm not sure. Or like Stephanie Mills. I don't know what decades these artists like when their prime was, but I want to think that they were from the 80s. Could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I told him no. Now he wants braids. Yeah, cornrows. Take that boy to get some dreads and call it a day. You should have let him get the Jerry curl. That would have been so funny. He's gonna grow it out now. Oh yeah, Prince. Yeah, I forgot about Prince. Janet. Yup. See, there were black artists in the 80s. I knew I wasn't crazy. I just couldn't think of who they were off the top of my head. But yeah, of course. Janet Jackson, fave, yes. Janet, that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Michael, of course, is the legend of icons. But Janet is also an icon. And she still got it. So I ain't mad at her. True, the new stuff is trash to me. My kids like new rap. I feel like rap and hip hop today is different than what it was back then. Like not that I was listening to it in the back back in the day either. But I definitely have no incentive to listen to it now because it's just raunchy and about drugs and booty shaking and having sex and just not my vibe. Not the wave that I'm on. Y'all can miss me with all of that stuff. It's all about flexing and having chains and a bunch of fancy cars that the average person will never own in their life. It's like unattainable. It's just, I don't know, not good morally. Catchy as heck. I will agree to that. It's very catchy. But when you really listen to the lyrics, it's like you're not saying anything good. Lots of bad things you're saying. It's one thing to not be saying anything important. Like there's plenty of like pop songs where the artist isn't talking about anything, just basically saying words together in a rhythm and turn it into a song. But rap music now is like, oh, you're talking about really bad stuff. I meant there was not as many. Oh yeah, that's true. Not as many mainstream in the 80s, 90s when black people had more exposure. Yeah, that is true. That I could agree to. My favorite, I guess, girl group of all time is TLC, and they came out in 92. So shout out to TLC. Did y'all know what? Janet is the reason we have YouTube. What do you mean? How so? Do tell Kiana, right? Like what? When that nipple incident occurred, people were looking for the video. Shut up. That's how YouTube became a thing? There's no way. For real? I did not hear about this. What? That is wild. Like I said, icon. Icon. This is how you become an icon. Note to self. That is crazy. But yeah, we are done with the sprinting. We just went on a random tangent about music and decades, so that was fun. But I will let you all go to enjoy the rest of your evening, or what's left of it, depending on where you are in the world, or your morning, again, depending on where you are, it might already be the next day. But have a good night. Thank you all for joining me. I will be sprinting. I don't have a video coming out on Friday because I still haven't finished editing the video yet. So it's coming eventually, just not yet. But I will be sprinting on Saturday morning. For those of you that are in Eastern Standard Time, I will be sprinting at 9 a.m. and it is part of Meredith's 48-hour sprints. So if you have not already, hit the notification for that if you plan on getting up that early. I'll be sprinting from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So hopefully I will see some of you there. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I will see you guys around the BookTube universe. And yeah, good night.